Hello and welcome back. Today, gonna be playing a lot of Final Fantasy. Starting off with Final Fantasy 14, and then after I get some dinner, be playing some Final Fantasy 16. Can't wait. Been hearing a lot of good things about it. But for Final Fantasy 14, last we left off, we killed Xenos. He's dead. And we also killed that giant dragon icon. So that thing's dead. The only real concern... Oh yeah, we also saw a cutscene of Sid currently looking for whatchamacallit? I think it's Omega? The Magitech icon fighter thing. Mecha. So he's looking for that. And now we're heading into post-Stormblood content. Which means we're getting just a little bit closer to Shadowbringers, which is a little bit closer to Endwalker. But we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's 11 quests in this first section, this first patch of post-Stormblood. So, let's get into it, shall we? Oh, we are. Now to talk to Lise, who has a quest for us. Lise seems troubled. Why are you troubled, Lise? You're the leader of, Alamigo.
Come to see how we're getting on?
Yeah. Why do you seem troubled?
We've made good progress since we took back Alamigo, but there's one big issue we still have to address. Leadership. The Domans had Lord Hien ready and willing to take the throne, but we've got no one like that here.
I mean...
Theodoric was our last ruler, and he wasn't called the Mad King for nothing.
You mean like a ruler, not just like a leader.
Suffice it to say, our people have had their fill of kings, which means we need to find a new way forward.
Perhaps an
If only
elected
it were that
president.
easy. Everyone and his uncle has an opinion.
Yeah.
For the time being, we're just going to have to keep leaning on General Aldin and the Alliance for support, and see if we can't find a solution together. Something tells me we're going to be hosting a lot of meetings in the near future. But if that's what it takes, I'm ready to talk till my jaw aches.
Oh, sure.
The reach
Have an
is yours,
elected
Arvo.
official.
Don't do anything I wouldn't.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Ah, there you are. I've been searching all over for you.
You have?
Now, don't worry, it's nothing bad. That said, this might not be the best place to talk. Will you join me?
Okay.
I'll get to the point. Might you be interested in a spot of adventure? After all, we were adventurers before we were scions, were we not?
True.
After routing the Imperials and liberating Alamigo, I reckon we've earned a bit of respite, don't you? And what better way to spend it than by returning to our roots?
Oh, Or just, you know, resting. Perhaps.
So, what say you? Shall we call on Alphino and go adventuring?
But why? For what purpose? It's what we do, I suppose. What adventure, sir? You haven't enticed me at all. You just said, let's go on an adventure. It's like, okay, what adventure? What? Huh? Right then. Let's go and find Master Leverrier. Actually, leave that to me. I want you fresh for our little adventure. Wait for us by the Aetheryte, and we'll be along shortly. See you there. Well, if it's by the Aetheryte, then, I'll just teleport. There's also this quest here that says the hunt for Omega with Wedge. What's the reward, though? Doesn't really say much. Wedge wears the expression of a man at his wit's end. Greetings, Genosia. It would seem we are to accompany Arenveld and on some manner of escapade. Have you any idea what we've gotten ourselves into? None. Allow me to explain. It'll be something of a history lesson, but I'll try to be brief. No snoring, if you please. Now, the events I would speak of occurred before the occupation, back when Alamiga was still a monarchy and Theodoric sat the throne. A uniquely brutal despot, by all accounts? That he was. The King of Ruin suffered no rivals, real or imagined, and his dispute with the monks and of the Fist ended with Rhalgr's Reach being burned to the ground. In the latter years of his rule, he was seized by the unshakable belief that unseen forces were conspiring to steal his crown. And so he ordered that every soul with a claim to the throne be executed, including his own family. The wealth of the poor sods he put to death became the property of the king, and it's said that these royal treasures were hoarded somewhere in the palace. Thus was born the legend of the Mad King's Trove. Ah, I believe I see the direction of our adventure is to take. I assume you have a mind to unearth this hidden bounty? You assume correctly. And would I also be correct in assuming that this legend is widely known? Others must surely have gone in search of your prize, tempting as it seems. Well, of course we won't be the first to make the attempt. Following Alamigo's liberation, more than a few eager soldiers turned the palace upside down in hopes of claiming an easy fortune. But even after scouring every room from dawn till dusk, they uncovered not a single coin. Their gold lust drained away as quickly as it had come, and the legend of the Mad King's Trove remains simply that, a legend. But I see you have no intention of letting the story end there. What self-respecting adventurer would? Imagine the three of us delving into a decades-old mystery. Tell me the thought doesn't set your heart to racing. Eh? But you have learned the emote box. Nifty. Let's check out that emote. Box. Yeah. Ew. I like it. Alright, Alphino. Ooh, we got options. Dairumyaku accessories of fending. Dairumyaku accessories of slaying. Aiming, healing, and casting. So I'll probably want slaying. That's a DPS. The news of Duma and Alamigo's liberation has kindled the flames of revolution in every corner of the Empire. I hear the imperial province of Dalmasca has already risen up in rebellion. Which means the Garleans must surely have their hands full. What better time than now to indulge in such diversion? Tell us, Arenvald, have we any clues as to where we might begin our search? Well, judging by how the other treasure hunters fared, nosing about the palace isn't like to get us anywhere, so we'll probably need to, ask around. Would that be another way of saying no? Well, yes. I see. In that case, I shall pay a visit to the Allied Archivists and request access to the records seized from the Imperials. The Garleans are meticulous about such things. If they uncover the trove during their occupation, the event is certain to have been recorded. In the meantime, the two of you can track down those who worked as palace servants and officials in Theodoric's day. Given that they would have been at least 20 at the time, you would be looking for people who have seen 40 summers or more. Anything they can tell you about the king and his bloody deeds may prove useful, so be sure to listen well. Arenvald, pray try your luck in the fringes and the peaks, while Shinosia makes her rounds in the Alamigan quarter. Ha! And there I was thinking I was the party leader. Not that I mind, of course. Let's be about it, eh? We can meet afterwards at Gilbard's Gate. Nodders. Panama. Yes. So, yes, I'm off to the Alamigan Quarter. Also, as you can see, I finished up that map there. I flew around a bit after stream. So we'd have it all unlocked. In the palace? No, not me, lass. Surely you've heard stories of the Mad King? He used to hold public executions up on the Divine Audience. Anyone, and I mean anyone, suspected of conspiring against the crown was flung from the top of those steps. Suffice it to say, I stayed as far away from the palace as possible. I mean, makes sense, man. Wouldn't want to be anywhere near that Mad King. You want to hear an old mate's stories, do you? Aye, well, most of what I know of the Mad King is common knowledge. We'd only see his royal majesty when he deigned to attend the executions he'd ordered. And after a while, even watching his enemies die wasn't enough to coax him out of hiding. They say he started seeing assassins in every shadow. You wouldn't set foot outside the palace walls. I was offered work there as a royal servant once, but the mere thought of it left me in a cold sweat. Yeah. Come on. There we go. Just trying to get over to this next location. But the buildings wouldn't let me. There we are. Excuse me, retired Rodin. I served the pleasure of King Theodoric, and lived to tell the tale. One of the palace guards I was. Truth be told, it was a dark chapter in my life, and one I'd sooner forget. Hardly a night went by when we didn't hear blood-curdling screams echoing from the inner chambers, which, of course, we were under orders to ignore. So we'd stand still as statues, trying not to imagine what horrors were unfolding within. If you're bent on finding out what happened in the palace, head down the street here and ask old Ernold. He was the king's head scribe. Is that so? Head scribe, huh? Well, at the very least, they should know a thing or two. Hey, Arnold. Yes, I am Arnold. What do you want with me? You would have me dredge up some decidedly unsavory memories. Yet if our amigo is to move forward, we must needs acknowledge the misdeeds of the past. Very well, I shall tell you what I remember. I take it you know of Theodoric's paranoia and the public executions of his kindreds? Those were terrible enough, but in his last days, the king's fevered mind settled upon an even grislier method of disposal, which only a chosen few were unfortunate enough to witness. His Majesty ordered the court thaumaturge to unleash a vile curse upon the remaining members of the royal family, a magic which transformed them into fiends of hideous aspect. The resulting monstrosities were then cast into the darkness below the palace. Even now my sleep is troubled by nightmares of others. If others of Theodoric's blood were prone to share his madness, then mayhap it is a kindness that the monarchy ended with him. Turning people into monsters and then casting them into a pit. His own family, no less. Hello, Arenvald. Since we're all here, why don't we share what we've learned? Allow me to begin, then. As promised, I scoured the Imperial records for any mention of fantastic treasures, and found precisely none. It is just possible, I suppose, that a corrupt official deliberately hid the fact of the trove's discovery, hoping to enrich himself. But I find it rather unlikely that so valuable a find would stay secret for so long. I conclude
that our prize either does not exist or that the Imperials somehow overlooked it. But what of you, Genosia? Were your investigations any more fruitful? Turned into monsters? And what could he mean by this darkness beneath the palace, I wonder? I met an old man in Alagiri who spoke of the palace's subterranean prison, but he said naught of cursed abominations. The Imperial archives were also silent on the subject of fiends inside the palace grounds. Would this scribe fellow have been spinning her a yarn, do you think? Did you believe him, Genosia? His fear seemed genuine. If he was afraid, that does lend credence to the tale, though I'm not sure how that helps us in our search. Do not be so hasty. Ernald's anecdote may very well have told us where the trove is hidden. But ere I share my theory, there is a matter I would clarify. Arnvald, you spoke of light-hearted adventure, but I sense a deeper motive for this expedition. Why are you so intent on finding this treasure? It wasn't all pretense, I swear it, but you're right. My father was in the Imperial Army, a man of Garlean blood. I trust you know what I mean when I say that my Alamegan mother did not welcome my arrival. As I grew, she would check my brow over and over, convinced that a spot on my skin was an emerging third eye, like the kind you see in pureblood Garleans. My mother did not care for this taunting reminder of my heritage, and took up a knife. War paint serves to cover the scar. In the end, she turned me out into the street, and I was left to haunt the alleyways of Alamigo, a feral child who got what he needed through begging, cunning, or worse. The best I can say about the years that followed is that I survived, but I hated the animal I'd become. Eventually, I left the city behind me and joined a group of refugees bound for the other side of the wall. It was then that I turned to adventuring, and that road led me into the company of the Scions. I tell you this so that you understand. I know all too well what poverty and hunger can do to a person. I drew steel on ordinary folk for a measly crust of bread. With Theodoric's gold, I could spare my countrymen the shame of living like that. Thank you, Arenvald, and I apologize. That cannot have been pleasant to recall, but I felt it best to be clear in our intentions. Well, Genosia, are you content to surrender the treasure to Arnvald's noble cause and claim the thrill of adventure as your reward? Then I should be glad to tell you my theory on the resting place of the Mad King's Trove, if you are minded to hear it. I should think it's pretty obvious what your theory is. The Trove is in that underground prison, and it's being guarded by those beasts, what used to be the family members of the Mad King. Huh? So we got an earring, a necklace, bracelet, and ring. Okay. have a look then. At this necklace. Pretty good. Certainly better strength and vitality. And it's got some defense. Just a teensy bit. But I'll equip it. Looks real dumb though. And we certainly have to glamour plate it. Where is it? Oh, do I not? Hey. Don't have one for this. Then I guess I'll see if I can cast Glamour. Or... But here I cannot. Glamours may not be stuck. But we'll deal with that in a bit. Oh. Not as good. I've got a better bracelet. And a ring? Certainly better than the Valerian Brawler's ring. They even got skill speed, although less skill speed, sadly. But more strength, more vitality. Higher item level. Let's do it. And comparing these two... Yeah. This one's got skill speed, but... Oh well. Really need to glamour this though. Alright. There's really no... Yeah, there it is, but it's also got this for some reason. Here's a question. Do I have a glamour dispeller on me? I got 4 clear prisms. Yeah, I've got 21 glamour dispellers. Okay. Then here's what I'll do. I'll apply. And then remove. Dispel. Well, occupy. There. Perfect. The Mad King's Trove. Actually, mayhap it would be better if we first adjourned to a more suitable location. In case a rival treasure hunter overhears our plans, you mean? Good thinking.
That was not exactly the reason, but 'tis certainly a valid concern. Let us reconvene on the southern edge of Loch Seld.
Why the southern edge of Loch Seld? Excuse me, sir. Like to get through the gate? I want to test something. What if I do this? Yo! I can avoid taking fall damage with that. Interesting. What y'all doing way out there, guys? Hey, out for now. Pretty sure I already know your theory. It's a pretty obvious one.
Forgive me. 'Twas not my intention to draw out proceedings. I simply wished to have the loch in sight while I explain things. Prior to the great flood of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, the salt lakes you see before you were yet dry ravines. And this, believe it or not, was the site of the ancient city of Scala, which rose and fell during the Fifth Astral Era.
Scala, huh? And not Scala ad Caelum? Just Scala?
From what we know of the period, the city was already deserted by the time the waters began to rise, having been all but destroyed by war, yet its ruins remain to this day at the bottom of Loch Seld. It is my belief that the darkness beneath the palace, mentioned by Theodoric's foremost scribe, was not a reference to the prism, but to a place still further below, the ruins of Scala. I further surmise that the Mad King's unfortunate kinsmen were cast down there not simply out of a desire to punish them, but to discourage exploration. Theodoric wanted to keep the ruins secure.
Wait, you're saying they were meant to guard the Mad King's trove?
Precisely. And since we know the court thaumaturge was involved, we can safely assume that any entrance to the old city will have been magically concealed.
Which would explain how a legion of Imperial soldiers and the gods know how many Alamegans never found a trace of the trove.
We, however, have certain advantages which they did not enjoy. Genosia, would you be so good as to swim down to the bottom of the loch and search for an underwater route into the ruins? While you do that, Orenvald and I will seek out an ensorcelled portal within the palace.
I suppose I am the only one of the three of us who can breathe underwater. Down I go. Let's grab Yol, because I'm pretty sure I can move faster with him. Yeah, much faster. Oh, where exactly do they want me to? Way over there. Wait, is there... Okay, good. There's an underwater path that way.
I just saw that land bit and I was like, oh no. Here we are. Surveying. You discover a passage that appears to lead under the palace foundations. Press on and find out where it goes. Will do. Let us sprint. A stone door. You come to a worn stone door, standing temptingly ajar. It would appear you have found an entrance into the subterranean ruins. What? Yeah?
Geosia? It's Alphina. We have searched the prison beneath the palace and found a door concealed by enchantments. Have you aught to report? And you believe it leads into the ruins? Excellent. Then I propose we proceed from our respective entry points and look to meet somewhere in the middle.
Oh, come on, you two. We might as well make it a race. Victory goes to the adventurer. The first adventurer to find the treasure. Godspeed.
These guys. Well, here we go. The seats right now. Fine. And 12 minutes. I'm gonna withdraw, and then I'm going to let's have it. Let's have it. First, update. Switch. What? Average item level 300. Hang on. Done. Yeah, we'll do it. Raise this up a little bit, let's see. Yeah, I'm not sure we're gonna make that. Yeah, no, I don't think so. Alright. Have to be the Reaper. With my 376. Won't let me join with NPCs yet. Oh, who? Well, now what are we gonna do for 12 whole minutes? Floating in the water. Oh, don't I have any special? Yeah, I got water float, and that doesn't work here, I guess. Pretty sure I got some that work underwater. visor, of course, but general, let's see. Oh, goodbye works. Let's see here. Tombstone works. Look at that, my tombstone works underwater. Oops. Oh yeah, water flip. Oh, I guess box does not work underwater. Nope. I think underwater. I can doze off. I can stretch. Cannot flex. No flexing allowed. Slap. No victory pose. I can horse font. Oh, can I? Where is it? Where is it? Is that under special? Yeah. Cannot Manderville dance like a Manderville man. Not underwater. Well, in that case, while we're waiting, never mind. Much less than 12 minutes. Nice.
Put your faith in the light.
The drowned city of Skara. Here we are. Whoa, full sight. Kill everything. No, come back here. Find him. Side. Did I get that right? This one is. Oh. It's like, yeah. Oh, we used that. Yeah. Soul Sight. No, come back here. Hey, you. Newbie station, no crazy pulse, please. Oh. Get out of that red zone. Excellent. Yeah, we're dead. We'll faint you as well. Soul slice. Oh. I'm gonna follow your lead. I see. Move away so we don't get pulled into the red zone. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Oh. Ah. Death is the one I cast. Long one. Oh. Sure. This Kelpie is almost dead. Huzzah! I don't know, greed and greed, I guess. Shadow of Death. No. Okay. That's a lot. Let's go. No! No! Ah! Okay. Not sure what's going on there. My internet kind of. Internet decided to slow way down or drop for a little bit. Like a couple seconds. But we're good. We're good. Good depth, so safe. Someone's not entering the rolls.
The old one.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, rude. Absolutely rude. Alright. Gotta get behind. Oh. Stay on the blast zone. Okay, that was interesting. Yeah, we did it. Here. Oh boy. Ah, nice. More loot. Reading. Oh, looks like I got something. Some shoes. Man, nothing for my class so far. Oh. Okay. Sure. Alrighty then. Zambito. Going to become another Zambito. Oh boy, I got a healer cap. Yippity skippity. Ooh, I'll need that, I guess. Death, soul scythe. Alright. Next group. Hi. Chimera? Or something? Whoop. Yeah, I'll be there in a second, guys. On my way. Roderick Poison Top. Set! This. Well. Oh crap. No. What are you doing? What are you doing? Whoa. I hope that counted as flank, because he spun around real quick. So I want to get far away. Okay. Okay, I see how that works. But he got me. Not to worry though, we've got him. stun. Sorry, pal. Your king really sucked. Loot. Trade. Yeah, I guess I'll give you a player commendation because you're the only one who stuck around. Now what? Hi guys.
Bugger it.
Look at it.
Are you all right? Aye. Aye. Everything's still attached.
Good, good.
Ah, it seems both our paths led here. Very good. We
Yeah.
spent altogether too much time fleeing fiends horrid and numerous. How fared you?
I fought them. I didn't flee, but I fought fiends horrid and numerous.
Much the same then. 'Twould appear this place is yet inhabited by King Theodoric's kin, or what is left of them. The work of terrible magics, I fear.
You
Terrible,
fear-
aye.
That's exactly
But
what it
their
is.
misfortune is our fortune?
Quite. By the 12, there is even more than I imagined.
Enough, hopefully, to rebuild this kingdom.
Oh, I can't wait to see the look on Lisa's face. Thanks for believing in me, you two.
Arenvald and I forged ahead at the fastest pace we could manage, but I was not surprised to find you waiting for us. I suppose it serves us right for challenging the Warrior of Light. Next time, we should agree on some manner of handicap.
Ah, we may have lost Alvinel, but think of what we found.
Quite. I am still reeling at the sight of that mountain of riches.
What? Like how you reeled at the sight of that floating specter, you mean? You should have seen him scream, Janasa.
Must we dwell on such lamentary lapses? We found the Mad King's trove, and that is all that matters.
Ho 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 ho. All I got was some stinking boots. But I'm about to get an orchestrion roll.
All jesting aside, we must tell people the good news, and I think Lise should be the first. Seconded, there is to be a meeting of representatives from across Alamigo, so she is sure to be in the city. Shall we seek her out?
Hey, Lise! Alamigo is rich! Yes, I can summon you all. Let's just fly on over there. Rather than running through the maze that is this city. Hello, Lise.
Oh? You three look pleased with yourselves. What have you been up to?
I'm glad you asked, Lise. I'm pretty sure you're going to like the answer.
You're joking. The Mad King's Trove? I thought it was a myth.
So did plenty of people, but they didn't have Genasi and Alphino in their party. The credit for finding it should really go to them. As for what to do with it all, I vote that it goes towards alleviating the suffering of Alamigo's poor.
Cos, if there's as much as you say... Orenvald did not exaggerate, I assure you. We could not hope to carry even a fraction of it out on our own. I have taken the liberty of sketching out a rough map of the ruins. If you will assemble a squad of your most trusted freedom fighters, they should be able to follow the route to where the treasure lies. Understood. I'll make sure every coin is accounted for, and that goes for the spending of it as well.
Thank you. Oh, there's one other thing. When the time comes to draw up a plan for distributing the spoils, I would ask that you consult Alphino. I don't have a head for details. I'm not educated. I see that simply handing out sacks of gil won't solve everything, but I couldn't rightly tell you what to do instead.
Oh, I know the feeling. I'd welcome any advice you could give us, Alphino. Of course, I shall be at your disposal.
Commander, we've got a problem!
Deep breaths, tell me what's happened.
A mob's gathered outside headquarters, and they've started making demands. You'd best come and see for yourself.
A mob? Making demands? What is this all
Back,
about?
all of you!
Like hells we will! We know who you've got in there!
Oh.
We're not leaving till you hand her over!
Bring her out! Bring her out!
What's going on?
Someone let slip about Fedorla.
It's true then! The bitch really is in there! I knew it! I bloody knew it! We demand vengeance! Bring her out! Today we butcher the butcher!
Come on, you don't mean that! We'd be no better than the Imperials if you'd all just calm down!
Calm down! That monster and her thrice damned skulls dragged my man from our home and beat him to death in the street!
Aye, and my dad! That bitch has spilt enough blood to fill a lock!
We all know her crimes. She's a traitor and a murderer. How many of your resistance friends have died at her hands, eh? And here you are, protecting her!
So that's what all the fuss is about.
What?
Hearken to me, brothers and sisters of Alamigo.
Hey, who's this?
Who's this? It's Rob.
That's the Bull of Alamigo.
That it is.
My friends, you are not alone in your anger, your grief, your despair, for it is mine as well. That gnawing pain in your breast, it is enough to bring an old bull to his knees. But I ask you, brothers and sisters, to think not only of the family and friends who were cut down before your very eyes, but to think also of the ones who were abducted, the ones who may yet live. Where were they taken? What became of them? These questions demand answers. I share your thirst for justice, for vengeance, but we will gain only fleeting satisfaction if we give in to our base appetites. We will never know the truth. Now is the time that we, the people of Alamigo, must decide what manner of nation we will build for ourselves and for generations yet unborn. When they look to our example, will they see a people who held fast to their principles, or one who cast them aside when tried? I say to you, It is our responsibility to give these prisoners a fair trial, that they might answer to all of Alamigo. The Garleans called us savages, and I'll be damned if we prove them right.
Well said, Ravan. Well said. Yeah. Clap.
I know you're right, I do. But I can't.
Well spoken, Ravan.
My thanks, Raban. Listening to their anger, I could feel myself being swept away.
'Tis a difficult tide to stem. 'Twas that same rage which brought us to our feet and carried us to victory. But now the war is over. All the unspent fury is being channeled into vengeance.
Aye, and it's not just there here. We've reports of mobs forming all over. They've been targeting folk known to have cooperated with the Garleans. It starts with insults most often, then someone picks up a stone. Some industrious souls even thought to seek out the graves of Xenos and his officers. It was grim. I want to build a country where everyone, regardless of race or origin, can live side by side in peace. But maybe the time isn't right. Maybe people just aren't ready. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to try. The representatives will be here soon, and I'll be if I'm going to give up before I've even begun.
Who are these representatives exactly?
Oh, village elders, refugee leaders, and the like. It wouldn't be right for us to dictate the nation's future on our own, so we've planned a summit of sorts. We've even invited the Ananta and the Kikhern to participate.
Alamigo stands at a crossroads, and this meeting will decide which path it takes. The better for Fordola's, or the matter of Fordola's sentence cannot be suffered to disrupt proceedings.
Then let's execute her and be done with it. She herself asked to be put to death. Nago! I already explained why we wouldn't do that. Sending her to the gallows might satisfy people right now, but where would it end? Should he round up everyone who collaborated, and everyone who didn't resist? There would be no one left, and we'd be no better than Theodoric and Xenos.
Begging your pardon, but might I be allowed to speak with Fordola? Only I caught a glimpse of her past, a moment of it. Anyway, during the fight. She's done terrible things, unforgivable things, but in some ways, she's a victim of the circumstances in which she was born, and that's something I can understand.
All right. Speak with the prison guard when you're ready, and I'll come and join you. I want to talk to her too.
I'll return to my other duties then. We've barely begun to investigate the facility where they gave Fordola her powers. Be fairly warned, friends. She will test you. Don't let your emotions color your judgment when she does. Give the commander's permission.
Give the commander's permission to enter, then.
Yeah. I guess I'm coming along too.
Well, well, well. So many visitors. Come to have a good laugh, have you? Or do you mean to put me out of my misery? To finish what you started? It's about bloody time.
That's not why we're here, no. Do you remember what I said? How I promised you you'd live long enough to see us win our freedom? Well, I meant it. And not to mock you either.
You're wasting your time. All of this is pointless! There's no reason to keep me alive, and you know it! I killed your men. I killed my men! And you know what my only regret is? That I didn't kill you when I had the chance!
That's a lie, and you know it. You think we can't tell what you're trying to do? That we're blind? Yeah, you're a fool, but you're not stupid. You're ruthless. Relentless. You'd give up anything and everything to get what you want. You didn't come this far, climbing over the bodies of your own brothers and sisters just to piss it all away. I see you, Fedora. I see you for what you are.
Echo.
Come along, Fadola. We mustn't be late. The Imperial Viceroy will be attending today's banquet.
All right!
Father, what's Lord Gaius like? Is he nice? Are you friends?
There you go again with all your questions. Lord Gaius is a great and honourable man who looks after all of Alamigo. He's very busy, and if we don't hurry, we'll miss our chance to see him.
He's none of those things. And he's not looking after Alamigo. He's exploiting it.
Filthy tin-head lovers.
Father, what did that man call us?
The little tin-head lover doesn't know what she is, eh? A traitor, sweetheart. A backstabbing bitch who'd gladly betray her kith and kin to gnaw on what few scraps the Imperials deign to toss her. Like your bastard father and whore-mother.
That's not true! My parents are good people! They've never done anything like that!
Oh, but they were quick to help themselves and their bitch spawn, weren't they? You're just as guilty as them.
Fadola! Traitors!
Wait.
Please, you have to do something. My husband and daughter are in danger.
Soldiers of the Imperial Army are under no obligation to intervene in the disputes of arms.
We're citizens. We have rights.
Ah!
I'm scared.
It's all right. It's all right. They don't understand, but they'll see in time. They'll see that this is the only way to survive.
Traitors! Traitors!
And he died.
Let the savages have their fun. They'll be more compliant once they've tired themselves out.
Fadola, please. You already have citizenship. Why would you want to become a soldier? Oh, gods. What have you done to your face?
Forgotten it already, have you? I'm honoring Father's memory.
Are you, though?
By telling the world that you're no better than a common savage.
Am I though, Mother? Are any of us? Can't you see? Citizenship means nothing to them. If you're not a pure-blood Garlean, you're no different from any other savage.
Yeah, and that's why you should fight back against them.
So I'll play the part. I'll join the Legion and I'll make them respect me. And when the mob see that, they'll think twice before throwing their stones. Ansfrid, Rudolph, Emlyn. It's time. It'll be hard. Humiliating. They'll try to break us. Send us crawling back to our own kind. But we won't, no matter what. We'll bleed for them, die for them if we have to. We'll do whatever it takes to be free!
It's not freedom, Fordola! Oh my goodness. And they'll never respect you. Well, how do you not see that? Doesn't matter what you do. Garleans will always see you as less than.
So, you mean to play the part one last time, eh? The unrepentant traitor whose death will serve to unite the people?
Shut up.
You had every chance to kill yourself. Fashion a noose from your clothes. Wait for the guards to leave you alone long enough to slip it over your neck.
I said shut up!
Oh, but then it would have all been for nothing, wouldn't it? Whatever it takes. That's what you said.
Been in my head, have you? Had a little peek at my past?
Not my fault. It just happens.
And what? A few stolen memories tell you everything you need to know, do they?
That you were always a
Don't
moron?
you dare patronize me! You don't know a goddamned thing about the life I've led! The bastards that killed him. The bastards that let it happen. My father deserved better! I swore I'd do whatever it took to make them pay!
And where are they now? Ferdola? Oh, you're gonna look at my memories now?
You. All that power. All that pain. It's too much. Too much for anyone.
And look at me!
The things.
A productive
they've
member
done
of
to you.
society.
The lies. The betrayal. The endless fighting. Yet there you stand. Unbroken. How?
Because I'm not a moron
Why?
like you who thinks that fighting for the Imperials is gonna make things better or make you free. Because I choose to.
Damn you. Damn you all.
Because I made good choices.
You still have time, Fordola. Think about how you want to spend it. Let's go.
It took out your anger on people that had nothing to do with your father's death. You just took out your people on an entire group of people, an entire nation. Hello, Lise.
I don't know that we solved anything exactly, but we've given Fordola something to think about at least.
And she got to see inside my memories.
Aye, and I've found something new to think about too. I don't know about you, Genosia, but the visions only come to me every now and then. From the way Fordola kept wincing, though, I get the feeling she's having them almost all the time. That's a lot of bad memories to deal with.
I wonder, could there be some fundamental difference between the one who is born with the Echo and the one who has been artificially imbued with it? Well, the Immortal Flames have been scouring that research facility ever since the liberation. There's a chance they might have some answers for us. General Alden's there overseeing the investigation. Let's go and pay him a visit, shall we?
Others? What about? Ah, to the north.
Your mark, we ride.
With our guard.
General Alden is inside, eh? Will you be joining him? Look at this place. Hey, Raban. What news? You spoke with Fordola, I take it.
Yes, as expected. She didn't say very much, but it wasn't a total waste of time. Arnvald noticed something odd about her. He thinks she might be having visions almost constantly, which is not how the Echo normally works. Have you found anything here which might explain why it's so different for her?
We've been hard-pressed just to organize the research materials, let alone study them. To be frank, I'd welcome the Scion's expert assistance, if you have time to lend a hand. Right? Hey, Flame Investigator.
So many bodies. Every one of them a victim of these experiments. Few show any signs of external injury. From what we've been able to determine, they perished from forcible ether extraction. Such a miserable way to die.
Oof. Magitech pod. The device in which Kryl was held seems even more ominous now you know its purpose. The surrounding pods are marked Supply Subject, while this one bears the label Master Subject.
The Ironworks received a request from the Alliance to analyze these devices, and I've been recording everything of interest. Did you notice the labeling? All the pods are designed to drain the ether of the occupant. Say that one right there. Unlike the others, the interior's been fitted with an array of sensors to measure etheric waves forms. To what purpose, however, I cannot tell you.
I know little and less of science, so any light you can shed on this facility's operations would be much appreciated. Gymnasia, shall we start with you? Well?
Taken in combination with the testimonies of Kryl and Thancred, I do begin to see exactly what the Imperials were attempting here. The enhancement procedure entailed infusing a single candidate with ether siphoned from a multitude of supply subjects. As for the master subject, in this case Kryl, the patterns of her etheric activity would provide the model upon which they would artificially engineer the candidate's aura. In other words, they were trying to recreate Kryl's echo? I believe so, which would explain our prisoner's present state. Kryl is possessed of an unrivaled ability to hear the whisper of the soul, and it seems probable that the procedure engineered the same acute sensitivity in Fordola. The soldiers who guard Fordola, many of them lost friends and family to the skulls. And there's a sentry at her door night and day. If she can't help sensing their thoughts and seeing their past.
But you don't just see their past, you live it. All the emotions, all the pain, imagine what it'd do to you. You'd never be the same again.
Indeed. As you may recall, Isael was completely transformed by a single glimpse of Reisvelger's past. Fordola has been forced to experience the agony of those whose lives she destroyed. The guilt must be unbearable. That explains her request to be executed.
Sounds to me like a kind of justice. Regardless, she can suffer on for now. We have more pressing matters to consider. Of the results of these experiments, if the results of these experiments have been relayed back to Garlemald, there will be naught to stop the Empire from repeating the trick. They could give the echo to anyone, an entire legion. We must be ready. We must learn all we can of these God-forsaken procedures. And Fortuna remains our best source of information. She'll not be getting her wish. Not yet.
Right.
Keep faith, Lance. If you're to convince others to follow you, you must believe what you're telling them. People will respond to passion, but not if it's feigned.
I understand. Thank you, General. We should leave the flames to it. Let's go. I go looking for answers, but the Echo, and about the Echo, and end up getting schooled by Raban. Yet more evidence that I don't know what I'm doing. It's no wonder people listen to him and not me. General Alden is a veteran of countless campaigns, Lise. You cannot compare yourself to a commander of his experience. I know, but I also know that I couldn't have convinced that mob to give up and go home. Makes me realize how much we rely on his authority, and how much I still have to learn.
I wonder what he'll do when everything here is settled. I mean, it's his homeland. After going to the trouble of winning it back, might he not want to stay?
'Tis a quandary which countless refugees now face. To continue the life they built in Uldar, or start again in the land of their birth. Georgia, a moment! I'm newly returned from Uldar with a message from the Sultana. Her Grace desires an audience with you. She understands that you have responsibilities here, but asks that you visit the palace at your earliest convenience. Well, I must away and attend to other business. Until next time, my friends. An audience with the Sultana. Depending on the nature of her consultation, this might be the perfect opportunity to inquire about the General's future plans. Yes, we'd all like to know about those, Alphino. But not everyone's as comfortable interrogating royalty as you. Take no notice of him, Genasia.
Get close to 72. Also, curious about yeah, the Reaper's quest. 2 at 70, and then the next one's 73, 75, 78, 80. Okay. So I gotta wait till 73 for my next class quest.
Now, the question of how to put the Mad King's treasures to good use shows no sign of answering itself. Shall we be about it, Arenvald?
I am at your beck and call.
And I should be getting back to my own task. I'll organize a squad to head down into the ruins. and then start preparing for the big meeting. Oh, send Nonamo my regards, Janosia. And Oz too, if you please. We shall see you on your return. Ba-da, ba-da-ba. In Ulta. Chamber of Rule, that's what I should hit. There they are. There's always at least one person up there doing the Manderville dance. Wow. Bartholomew. You are expected, my lady. Please proceed.
I thank you for answering my summons in these most interesting times. You have been busy.
I sure have. I freed Doma and then Al Amigo, both from Imperial control.
The liberation of Alamigo will have far-reaching consequences, and there is a matter upon which I would seek your counsel. I speak of Rauban and his future. All know the tale of his rise from penniless refugee to member of the Syndicate and General of the Immortal Flames. Yet though he has come to call Uldar home, it will never be his homeland. He is a son of Alamigo.
He sure is.
And now that she is free, I thought it only a matter of time before he sought my leave to return to her. Indeed, I had resigned myself to his loss. Suffice it to say, I was greatly surprised to hear him speak so lightly of handing over the reins in Alamigo and retaking his place at my side. I will welcome him with open arms, of course. He is my most trusted advisor and my dearest friend. But I have known the man a long time, and beneath that steely gaze, I spied a flicker of doubt. Whether Rauban chooses to remain in Uldar or return to Alamigo, I only wish that he do so with a heart unburdened by guilt or regret. Yet, how can he freely make such a choice, knowing how much I depend on him? It is past time that I learned to discharge my duties as a sultana alone. I must go forth and see my realm with my own eyes, and hear the wind with my own ears.
Damn it, dropping frames sometimes like that. What is going on? Oh yes, stab it! Stop it right now. What are you doing? What is going on?
Yeesh. What's going on here? I even got kicked out of the game. Oh wow, just like completely shut me out. I gotta reopen the launcher. Log back in and everything. In the middle of a cutscene too. Oh, seriously? Don't you drop frames on me? What is going on? Seriously. Oh, this is ridiculous. You've got to be kidding me. Is Steam doing something? No? I don't know, man. I don't know. Seriously. This is getting very annoying. Just make sure that OBS is stable. Not dropping more frames out of nowhere. Before I jump back into this cutscene. I'll even switch over to the game here. Keeping my eye on you, OBS. Yes, I'm expected.
I thank you for answering my summons in these...
Yep.
The liberation of
You wanna know about Raban? You're concerned about him.
I speak of Rauban and his
future. Yes.
All.
All.
And now that she is free, Suffice it to say, I was greatly surprised.
Greatly surprised, yeah.
I will welcome him with open arms, but I have known the man a long time.
You saw a flicker of doubt.
Whether Raubon chooses to remain in Uldar or return to Alamigo, I only wish that he do so with a heart unburdened by guilt or regret. Yet, how can he freely make such a choice, knowing how much I depend on him? It is past time that I learned to discharge my duties as a sultana alone. I must go forth and see my realm with my own eyes, and hear the wind with my own ears. Might I have your company for a brief adventure?
Oh boy. We're gonna go for a walk.
Wonderful. Allow me a moment to change into something a touch less conspicuous, and I will join you outside.
Hey. Well, look. Go to the Adventurers Guild. Ethernet shard, take me away to the Adventurers Guild.
Can't you remember Lilira, the merchant's daughter? This is the persona I assume when I venture beyond the palace walls to observe my subjects unnoticed. Ordinarily, Papa Shan would accompany me, but for this particular outing, I need an advisor, not a minder. And that is why I requested your company. Over the course of your many adventures, you have met people from all walks of life in every corner of Eorzea, and I would make use of your worldly experience. Now, let us be on our way. Our first destination is Stone's Throw, just beyond the Gate of Nald.
I guess it's a city called Stone's Throw. Or it's just a little plains. What? Why does it have its own name? I don't know. Don't know that I need to do that. Nanamo.
Look upon this procession of tattered tents. These refugees camp in squalor at the mercy of the elements and Thanalin's predators both. The city's mighty walls offer safety, but the streets overflow with people as it is, and unless blessed by the hand of Nald himself, no refugee could ever hope to afford a dwelling in Uldar. 20 years have passed since the fall of Alamigo, and 5 since the calamity, yet the plight of the poor has grown more desperate, not less. As Sultana, the blame falls upon me.
Your hands have been tied, Your Grace.
Yes, my authority is limited, and that is an obstacle I must work to overcome. Shall we press on? I would follow the road and to the unholy air.
Go to the unholy air. All the way up there, huh? Thankfully, I have the Yolmarok thing, so I can take to the skies. Not very high, though. There is a rather low max height in these lands. There you are.
It was here, in this wholly unremarkable place, that my mother and father met their doom. I was but a child at the time. My parents were returning from an inspection of our interests in eastern Thanalan, when an untimely rockslide crushed their carriage. To this day it is not certain if the incident was simple misfortune or an expertly planned assassination. Raban once offered to reopen the investigation and bring me the truth he was assumed I must surely crave, but I refused. Even if my parents' deaths were orchestrated by the monetarists, we could only have brought their hirelings to justice. The true villains, those who plotted to put me on the throne as a biddable puppet, were ever beyond our reach. Thus did I plan to strip the merchants of their power and place our nation in the hands of its citizens. Quite unaware of the consequences my actions would have for you and yours, I shudder to think how many goodly souls paid the price for my naivete. But I am no longer a child reciting words with witless obedience, and I will not be used as a pawn in the monetarist games. Forgive me my outburst. You are one of the few people to whom I feel I can speak my mind. Come, let us return to Uldar and visit the Colosseum.
Eight. Colosseum. Yeah. To the Colosseum.
From the moment I became Sultana, I found myself thrust into an endless parade of document signing and ceremonies. For years I simply signed where I was told to sign, and sat where I was told to sit, blissfully oblivious to what any of it meant. Yet one good thing did come from that ignominious chapter in my life. For it was during an official visit to the Colosseum that I first met Raban. The match I had been invited to attend was not at all what I expected. They had pitted the Bull of Alamigo against some dozen or so rival gladiators. Blinkered though I was, I would not stand for so obvious an injustice, and demanded to see a fair fight, one man against another, and my royal wish was duly granted. It was not until later that I learned of the gambling ring which had arranged for Raban to die on the sands that day. Regardless, my intervention meant that Raban had but a single opponent to dispatch, which he duly did, and when he knelt before me to receive the winner's purse, he swore that he would one day offer me his blade in service. Surrounded as I was by liars and manipulators, I confess I dismissed it as a pleasant piece of theatre. But, as you know, Raban is a man of his word. Though it took him another 5 years of fighting on the blood sands, he amassed a fortune so great as to buy not only his freedom, but a seat on the syndicate. And then I had my blade.
Boy, more echo. Getting lots of echo lately. Hola vaca al amigo.
Your Grace, you mustn't! The danger is too great! Please, Your Grace, come back! I beg of you!
Right.
It seems you're the one who needs looking after, Master Shell. Raubon!
Your Grace, I have kept the promise made.
So you have, and in turn, so too shall I keep mine. With your winnings, you have become one of the 6 most wealthy souls in all Uldar. And so, as tradition dictates, Raubon Aldin, you have earned yourself a seat on the Syndicate. May your new station garner you still greater glories.
I am honored, Your Grace, and vow to serve with every fiber of my being from this day till my last. Long live the Sultana, and long live Uldar!
Words cannot well express what that man means to me. There are others who care deeply for my well-being, of course. Papa Shan's love for me is as that of a grandsire for his grandchild. But upon matters of governance, I cannot turn to bodyguards and maidservants for counsel. Raban, with the authority of his syndicate position, was the first sword I could wield. His was the only edge which could cut the strings that bound me.
I'll just take the money. A Sultana's duty. How far along are we? We're more than halfway through this first patch.
We must make haste. My absence will not go unnoticed by the Sultan Sworn for long, and there are other places I would visit. To the Arzeneth ossuary.
Ossuary. Thaumaturge's Guild. Thaumaturge's Guild. None of it.
When the calamity threatened, Raban led the Alliance forces into battle on the plains of Chartano, and I remained here. I prayed with all my heart that Archon Louis Soir would have the power to rouse the 12. Since that day, I have made a custom of visiting this shrine during each of my little excursions. Here, I seek the blessing of Thal, reflect upon my choices, and ask myself if I am fulfilling my duties as Sultana. You are rightly celebrated as a champion because you have led the line in 100 battles for the good of Eorzea. In much the same way, I believe the measure of a monarch lies in how she leads her people in times of adversity. If I am to be a Sultana worthy of the name, I cannot turn a blind eye to the troubles facing Uldar. I have chosen my path, Genossia. With Al Amigo now freed from imperial chains, I finally see a way to aid the refugees. Already, many displaced Al Amigans seek to begin the long trek home. To facilitate that process, I have made a small contribution. an artisan school in Rulga's Reach for any who wish to learn new trades. Realistically, however, it will take years for such training to yield tangible benefits. We do not have years. These people will need shelter and employment if they are to survive. And this time, the Uldan Treasury shall provide. Precisely where and how to allocate the necessary funds is, of course, another question.
Well, that's the advice of one who employs refugees.
A wise suggestion. Mayhap a visit to the Gold Saucer is in order. Its proprietor is a member of the syndicate, and he is one of the few who pay refugees a fair wage. I wonder, are you acquainted with Godbert Mandeville?
Godbert Manderville, huh?
Then I need not explain his eccentric nature.
That's putting it lightly.
Let us make our way to the landing, and I will see that word is sent to the Gold Saucer. Godbert should be only too glad to receive us.
Godbert Manderville, huh? So we should go here, I think. Away!
So I need to go to that lift there. No mail, huh? No new mail, that is. Excuse me. To the airship landing, please.
I have ridden aboard a public airship before, but this shall be my first visit to the Gold Saucer. I must confess to some excitement.
Uh-huh. What? No. I need to go to the Gold Saucer, please. Vanderbilt Gold Saucer.
I'd heard descriptions of its splendor, yet I never dreamed it would be so bright and inviting. No, I couldn't possibly. We did not come here to fritter away the royal coin. Godbert will be expecting us. Come, let us head directly to the lounge and ignore these gaudy temptations.
Is it upstairs? Gotta be.
Nanamo!
I believe this is where we are to meet Lord Mandeville. Shall we sit while we await his coming?
Alright. But Mandeville. My apologies, Your Grace. I have kept you waiting.
No apologies are necessary, Godbert. My request was sudden, and you were kind to make yourself available at such short notice.
When the intrepid Genasi of Hassan and the Sultana herself come calling, there is no more pertinent engagement.
It's the Mandeville Senior, it would appear.
As to the purpose of my visit, I would have your thoughts on how the Crown might best aid the refugees residing in Thanalan. You are aware, I am sure, that many of Alamigo's displaced sons and daughters long to return to their newly liberated homeland, and you are also aware of how they will suffer without shelter and work to sustain them. I would use our nation's wealth to spare them that suffering. What advice have you for me on the matter of how it might be best be distributed?
The unusual circumstances of our meeting and your Grace's choice of companion would suggest to me a desire for an honest and unvarnished opinion. I shall give you one. My advice to you is stop. Taxing Uldar's wealth to save Alamigan refugees is a terrible, terrible idea.
You oppose my proposition?
Most emphatically, I agree with your Grace that the refugees must have housing and employment. But what profit is there for Uldar in this arrangement?
Profit? After all you have done for Girabania's displaced, I thought you the very last person to seek to benefit from their misfortune.
Forgive me, Your Grace, but you appear to be laboring under a misapprehension. It is a fine endeavor to support one's fellow man. I fear, however, that your stance is one born of pity. Your intent is to save the refugees, is it not? For all our potential, we are indolent creatures by nature. If unconditional charity is all we know, then we begin to rely upon it, to expect it. And then we must consider Uldar's own poor and downtrodden. Should they hear of you spending the nation's coin, not to improve their lot, but to nurture the distant citizens of Alamigo, it is unlikely they will applaud your generosity. Surely it is not your Grace's intention to foster new resentments, but to spread goodwill?
Indeed. Then any support I pledge to the refugees must promote self-sufficiency, whilst also serving the interests of the people of Uldar.
Exactly so. Such an arrangement will create a far more equitable relationship with the returning Alamigans, even as it generates the revenue required to win the approval of your subjects.
You've given me much to ponder, Lord Mandeville. I thank you for your candor.
Good discussions. Very good discussions. Ba, 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 ba. Sultana's resolve.
Profit. The thought never even crossed my mind. But standing about lamenting my naivete will not do anyone any good. I shall consider my lesson learned and press on. Josiah, are you perchance acquainted with any successful merchants? If my attempt at philanthropy is obliged to reap a profit, it would seem wise to consult someone with a knack for business. Ordinarily, I would not trust any agent of the East Aldenar Trading Company, but if you hold this Hancock fellow in high esteem, I am content to be led by you. You may repay my faith by journeying to distant Kugane and speaking with him on my behalf. Eager though I am to visit those shores, I have not the leisure of a lengthy sea voyage. Now, assuming you will travel as adventurers are wont to do, I shall await your report by the Aetheryte in Uldar. A fair journey to you, Genosia, and a swift one, if you please.
Oh, it'll be swift, please. So easy for me. I just go, boom, teleport.
Ingashi Higana.
Kogane. It's the Ruby Bazaar. Ba, 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 ba. I do really wish that they had more than one song for Stormblood. They just tweak it a little bit, do a little cover here and there. Because there's this Kugane version, and then there's the regular version, and then there's the boss fight version that's more orchestral and epic. And it's just those three versions of the same song that they keep playing over and over and over and over, all throughout Stormblood. Just wish they had, a couple more songs.
Greetings, honored madam. Will you be entering the Ruby Bazaar offices?
Duh.
Junasia, to what do I owe the pleasure? Or are you here on business? I beg your pardon? Her Grace the Sultana would have my opinion on how best to invest the wealth of Uldar? My dear Junasia, I have you to thank for this recognition. I am sure, and I am flattered that you came to me, truly flattered. But why settle for a lowly apprentice when you could have the master? Upon matters of profit, there is no living soul better qualified to advise her grace than Chairman Lolorito, a man whose morning exertions are said to fill his garderobe with gold. I should be happy to arrange a meeting for you, say at the Scion's former headquarters in Thanalin. The Waking Sands would seem a suitably neutral venue for negotiations, don't you think? Fare you well, Genosia, and may your dealings prove fruitful. But I don't want to talk to Lolorito, though. I still hate Lolorito. Where are you? Oh, you're just like right outside. Gotcha. Oh, no one's Manderville dancing. Just sweeping. Hello, Nanamo. Welcome back, Genosia. Did your merchant friend have any useful advice to share? With Lolorito? And you agreed to this? I don't know why I did, honestly. I am well aware of his standing in the field of business, but I had hoped to keep them monitorous at arm's length, and him in particular. Nay, I cannot live in fear of the man. I must learn how to treat with him if I am to rule Uldar effectively. Very well, I will meet with Lolorito. Let us go on ahead to the Waking Sands and prepare for his coming.
We go, I guess. Here we are. Well, thank you.
So this is where the Scions first congregated. I have heard many tales, but never had occasion to visit. Tuek, then. The hour of the meeting draws near, and I would gather my thoughts. Pray, see to it that we have the appointed room to ourselves. Numbers. Nodders.
A personal summons from the Scions. This must be important business indeed. Though, if it concerns anything so underhand as an assassination, I fear I can be of little help.
You wipe that smirk off your stupid little face. Do you see this giant scythe on my back? I will cleave that head from your shoulders.
You have made your point. 'Tis indeed unsettling to find oneself seated across from an impassive mask. There, would this better please your grace? Or should I address you as Lady Lilira? Hmm?
Nay, the deception has served its purpose. I'm glad to see you found amusement in my little jest, Lord Lolorito, but shall we proceed to the business at hand?
Why do you guys not have pupils?
By all means. I must say I am most eager to hear your proposal.
Simply put, I would aid the refugees camped in Thanalan in their efforts to return to Alamigo.
What do they see without pupils?
The reparations you paid in the wake of your earlier misdemeanors will be used to fund the endeavor, together with the fortune seized from the late Teleji Adeleji's estate. But this plan is not intended to benefit the displaced alone. I would make of this an investment which shall enrich Uldar and Alamigo both. And who better to consult on matters of profit than the wealthiest man in all of Thanalan? I beseech you then, Lord Lolorito, share with us your mercantile wisdom.
Ah, 'twould seem your grace has matured beyond acts of earnest yet misplaced charity. Pray tell me more. To summarize, in return for facilitating the repatriation of refugees and assisting in the establishment of new industry in Alamigo, you ask that a proportion of all subsequent profits be promised to Uldar. Ha! I am impressed, Your Grace. 'Tis an elegant solution, albeit one lacking certain crucial details, specifically which industry and where.
How swiftly you identified the weakness in my plan, just as I knew you would. Your travels have taken you across the length and breadth of Gir Abania, and you know the land far better than I. Which of the settlements you visited would best provide a home for our refugees? Which has the greatest potential to flourish, given the appropriate investment?
Oh boy, I have an actual... Oh no! Oh no, which one? Oh no! Oh no! Well, the Ghana, the Giri, the Saltery... Bro, I don't remember them by name.
No, don't skip it.
I want to back out. I want to back out. Look at my map. I want to look at my map.
No, not that. Let's try. Yeah, map.
Do, do, do. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Why are there no names on this map? Let's try this. Hmm. 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 Stormblood fades. But there are maps with some names. Hmm. Particularly helpful. Here's what I'll do. I will look up. No. Oh yeah, Allegano was earlier on with the peoples there, and we went to them to ask for some more soldiers. Okay, I'll Yuri. This one is surrounded by walls. It's got like big stone walls. And then finally, let's all charity. Well, the Saltery is currently in ruins and has no one living there at the moment, so if you build up those buildings again, that would be pretty good. The refugees would be able to move in there, they wouldn't be kicking anybody out or stuff like that. I think the Saltery is probably best. That's what I'll say.
Ah, yes, that desolate little village on the shore of Loch Seld. I know the Saltery and its products well. The Imperial invasion brought an end to their more widespread distribution, much to the dismay of many a wealthy gourmand, myself included. Salt has ever been a transformative ingredient, and in this instance, I dare say, it could transform a modicum of effort into a mountain of gil.
The local citizens will need to be consulted, of course. But I trust the East Aldenar Trading Company can be relied upon to provide its assistance in negotiating a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Naturally, Your Grace. I shall dispatch representatives well versed in the extraction of this white gold and wring every last ounce of profit from its production. The Loch's bounty will contribute to Alamigo's enrichment, whilst easing the burden on the bull's aching shoulders. Just as Your Grace desired.
A deal is struck then.
Alright. Deal is struck. The Saltery it is.
I fear it will be many years before I feel comfortable taking part in such negotiations. But I shall not complain. We have piqued Lolorito's interest and secured his invaluable expertise. Thank you, Genosia. I could not have done it without you.
No problem. Securing the Saltery is the next quest. Which makes me feel like that was the only decision that was correct, the one that you should choose. But this one and two more are left in this patch.
Of course, our course is decided. I shall return to the palace and have my ministers begin work on implementing the particulars of the plan. If I could prevail upon you one more time, Genosia, I would ask that you convey the details of our negotiations to Commander Hext on your return to Alamigo. My thanks again. Together, we have laid the groundwork for our endeavor, which promises to benefit the peoples of Alamigo and Uldar both.
Yeah. Together, Bania, Alamigo, brother.
Luis. Genosia, you're back. What did Nanamo... Oh, sorry. Are you allowed to talk about your audience with the Sultana?
Encouraged, in fact.
So, Raban says he's going to return to Uldar. Why? I don't get it. And it's just my PC. That's the only thing that loses connection with the internet. And it's like, huh? Why? How? I go over to the router, unplug my my Ethernet cord from the router, plug it back in, and we're back. Like, what? It's so ridiculous. I don't know what's causing it. And I hate it. Really hope that this doesn't happen during the Final Fantasy 16 stream. Anyways, back to the cutscene that I was in the middle of. Yes, I'm back. Here's what she said. And this plan to revitalize the Saltery does make a lot of sense. Quite how you convinced her to seek Lolorito's help is another question. After all that has happened, he is the very last person I would expect her to turn to for advice. And I would rather not turn to him for advice either. But on a more practical note, Lise, assuming the interim government elects to accept Uldar's proposal, I have one caveat I should like you to include in the bargain. Alamigo must be permitted to cover a portion of the investment. We have a fortune at our disposal after all, and allowing Uldar to provide the entirety of the capital will afford Lolorito too much control. Honestly, Alphino, it's like Kugane never happened. What exactly does a ruthless profiteer have to do to earn your trust? Not be a ruthless profiteer, not betray us, not stab us in the back. But yes, you do make a good point. First things first, though. We need to discuss this proposal with the Saltery's residents. Boyskar, how do you fancy explaining the Sultan's plan to your grandfather? I'd like to hear what Watt thinks of this idea before agreeing to anything. Right away, Commander. Would you mind coming along, Genasia? I might need you to fill in the details. Then I shall come as well. Should Watt wish to discuss figures, my knowledge of the nation's finances may prove useful. Right. Let's go! Going out there. At the Saltery. Can I fly over the walls? Yes. Why even have those guards at the gates that you have to talk to in order to get through the gate when you could just have the gates open? If you can just fly over the wall, you should be able to walk up to the gate, have the gates open for you, like certain other doors in the game, and then you just walk on through. Ridiculous, man. I don't want to have to talk to an NPC and go like, hey, can I get through? And then they sit, or then have them say, hey, do you want to get through? And then I click yes, and then fade to black, fade back in. It's just a waste of time.
What manner of mischief brings you young'uns to Old Rock this time, eh?
They want to rebuild the Saltery, Grandad. Genasia, tell him about the deal.
But bugger me, we've never had the coin or the hands to put the place back to how it was.
But sounds like that's about to change.
There's just one small wrinkle in your plan, and it doesn't account for all the nasties queuing up to eat anyone who goes near the shore.
The king used to send soldiers to Cold Buggers, but the Imperials weren't about to help the likes of us.
Don't worry, Grandad. We'll take care of all that. Commander Hext has been talking about starting up regular patrols, and I'm sure she'd assign me to the lock if I asked.
I'd appreciate that, Whisker, my lad. Truly I would. So does this mean you've gotten better with that blade of yours?
I've been training, aye, but mostly to kill Imperials. You'd have some experience hunting monsters, don't you, Giannasia? Think you could cast an eye over a few of the local beasties and teach me how to deal with them? Let's not waste any time then. I'll see you by the lock. Whilst you are busy attending to the local fauna, I shall have Master Watt explain to me exactly what is required to restore the Sultry to its former glory. Good hunting.
Dude. Scott?
Right there, Giannasia. I've got a spyglass here you can use to take a closer look at these pests. Once you've gotten their measure, you can tell me what to do, and we'll see how well I get on.
Search your surroundings for yabbies.
You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target a yappy and inspect it.
Inspect. Need to zoom in photo? Is that not a yabby? If it's not, then what is? Determine its vulnerabilities. What do you want from me? Hello? Kill it. What is that? Bruh. Do I need to be at a specific magnification? Wait, what was that? Oh my goodness. What? I clicked on his mouth before! Come on, dude. That's ridiculous.
The Yappy's entire body is protected by a hard carapace, but the underside of the head looks soft and vulnerable.
Does it? Ah, looks like you found a Yappy. They say hitting their shells like smacking a rock. Any suggestions? That's what I do! But I'll tell you, a soft underside of the head. Vulnerable under the head, are they? Right then. Wish me luck. Da 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 da. Ba 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 da ba da ba 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 ba. Thanks, Janasia. I did just as you told me, and the wavekin went down like a sack of potatoes. Let's find something else. Nope, I'm not fighting you. No siree, Abby. Whooshka! I think I can handle the Yabbies now, so we should try something different. What else is out there? Oh boy. The Phobads. Alright, let's start with this. Oh, hold up, there was something. Without zooming out. Ah. The eyes. Have it.
The Phobad's hands are large and powerful, but destroying its crystallized core should render the salt golem inanimate. You sense power pulsating from behind its brow. A Phobad. How do I defeat one of those?
Just hit it really, really hard. As hard as you can. That's what I do. Destroy the core within its brow, I guess. If you want to use strategy. Inside his head, is it? I'll try to stab it right between the eyes then. Clap, clap, clap. It's not easy fighting with the Liberator of Alamigo watching your every move, but I got the job done. Thanks for the advice. I feel a lot better prepared for my patrols now. Anyway, we should head back to the Saltry before Granddad starts to worry. I've been before Granddad starts to worry, I've been snipped into pieces and fed to a Yabby's hatchlings. Yo, let's go. Woo!
What? I see you've returned in one piece. Dealt with those beasties then, did you?
Aye. Fought them myself, after a bit of instruction from Genasi here. Like what? Once I've shared what I've learned with the others, we should have no trouble keeping the shoreline clear.
Good lad. A fine young man you've become, Whiskar. A fine young man indeed. Too often of late I hear tales of folk over in the city, drunk on victory and hungry for revenge, their heads stuck firmly in the past. But we need to set our sights on the future, on things which will improve our lot. Things like getting the Saltery ready to become our long-lost countrymen, or to welcome our long-lost countrymen.
Yeah, points at himself. Blissful arrival, and then return of the ball.
It seems Whiskar has the Saltery's security well in hand. I, meanwhile, had discussed the next steps with Master Watt, and completed my inspection of the site. With a little work, the vacant buildings here could be made into very presentable dwellings.
Message from General Alden!
Apologies for the interruption, miss, but the General would speak with you at your earliest convenience. Do not feel obligated to wait around on my account. I will remain here to hammer out the finer details with Watt, and act as an intermediary with our business partners in Uldar. You should go. General Alden asked that you wait for him by the main gate in the Alamegan Quarter. My apologies again, miss. Fare you well.
Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum.
Quest accepted.
Yo. Let's go. Right outside the main gate. Dude, look at this bird. So cool. I need to do is fly on up here. Actually, I'm wondering, what if I... Oh, that's not where I wanted to go. Oh well.
Where I am! Alden! Rub on!
Apologies for the wait. People are screaming for the butcher's blood again. No sooner have we broken up one mob than another forms. Thankfully, all have been amenable to reason, thus far.
Thankfully.
But it is no concern of yours. We must speak of the men Arenvald and his comrades apprehended in the peaks.
By their uniforms, the captives were first judged to be Imperial troops. But after further investigation, their true identities came to light. I dare say you remember Yuyuhasi and Laurentius, the fugitives who conspired with Captain Ilberd in the Crystal Brave's betrayal.
Yuyuhasi and Laurentius.
Aye, well, it would seem they followed him all the way to the wall. It was they who orchestrated the slaughter of the resistance fighters prior to the Griffin's infernal ritual.
Were it in your hands, how would you punish these men?
The lies of their forfeit. I would reap them myself.
Hear, hear. There is no more fitting sentence for the perpetrators of such a massacre, and that is but one of their crimes. In any event, I thank you for your honesty. When the time comes for the Alliance to pass judgment, I'll see that your opinion is heard.
Yeah.
Well, that concludes our business here. But there is more I would say. Walk with me.
You gonna talk to me about your plans to move back to Ul'dah?
I bear a share of the blame for Ilberd's atrocities. Had I openly supported the cause of Alamegan liberation, he might not have felt driven to do what he did. Things could have been different, and I'm sorry they aren't. But even after all that has happened, my homeland is free. With the Scions and the Alliance at their side, my countrymen have reclaimed what many thought lost forever. Under her new leadership, I have every confidence that Alamigo will emerge from the shadow of the Empire and rise once more to greatness. Which means my work here is done. Soon I will return to Ul'dah and take my place at the Sultana's side.
You say that.
Father,
I'll not deny there's a part of me that wants to stay. The same part that contemplated renouncing my rank and joining you as a wandering sellsword. But I pledged my blade to Nanamo, and I will not betray that oath.
Is this truly what you want, Father?
It is. Ever has my sword been hers to command, and ever shall it remain. Thank you for lending an ear. When all the rest are clamoring for me to stay, I trust you'll send me on my way.
Also, Raban, why is your sword on your right side if your right arm is the only one you have left? You gotta, like, draw it like this, and even then, it's gonna be, like, upside down when you draw it. Because the blade's only on one side. It's, like, properly positioned for someone to go like this, but you don't have a left arm. Your sword should really be on your left side, so you can draw it more easily. Otherwise, you would have to have it sheathed upside down, such that the blade is pointing up, so that you can draw it like that. Gotta think about these things, Raban, now that you only have one arm.
That took longer than I intended, but at least you know where I stand. Now that's settled. Arenvald, what news? We may have a problem, sir. A group of Ananta have arrived at the main gates, and I don't mean the Vera. These are Kalyana, the ones that summoned the Primal. They're insisting they be allowed to attend the council. Lise is trying to reason with them, but she may need help.
An invitation was extended to all of the native beast tribes, but we assumed that Kalyana would refuse it out of hand.
We had best go and see for ourselves. Pippin, take command of our forces and be ready for battle. Genosia, you've dealt with these Kalyana before. I'd have you at my side.
I'm pretty sure nodding is the most used action in all of Final Fantasy XIV. I mean, your character nods all the time, other characters nod to your character and to each other. Almost every cutscene has at least one nod.
Nausea, Raban! Cos, it's good to see you. Ah, the Slayer has come. We have not forgotten how you sinned against the Lady of Bliss, but we did not come here to shed blood. You claim to seek harmony with all who call Girabania home. If this is truly your wish, you will welcome us as envoys of the Ananta. It is our wish, and you are welcome, but we cannot condone the summoning of primals. If you want to enter the palace, I must ask that you first surrender any crystal jewelry. You have my word that it will be returned to you when the meeting is over. We will do as you ask, but you will not have our weapons. We are not so foolish as to place ourselves entirely at the mercy of our tormentors.
I reckon that's the closest we're going to get to a compromise, and we will have people standing guard. Aye, let them keep their swords.
Then we have an agreement. Lead the way to your meeting chamber.
See, and nodders. See?
Another nod.
Why do I have the feeling we've welcomed a viper to our midst?
Well, that's rather racist. Raban. We've welcomed a viper into our midst. Raban. Come on. Weapon coffer, eh? What kind of... Contains gear unequipable... What? Unequipable by your current class SJ. What? Man! I'm level 71! You're giving me an item level 370 weapon. But it's not allowed to be a weapon for Reaper. But also it's an item level 370, and I've got a weapon 385. So it wouldn't be better anyways, but it could, you know, look interesting. Could have. What's this? Dairyu Myaku. Just want to see what the weapons could look like. Weapon coffer. Yep. Weapon coffer. And level 370. Many different weapons. Got Homurakai. Goodness, could you please let me actually see the weapon? No? Alright, well, at least look at what the class is. Gladiator / Paladin of Marauder / Warrior.
Dark Knight's arm. Okay, let's... Odenta Kai. I'll just go to that. Odenta... Want to see what it looks like. That looks really cool. Very cool katana. And it's fairly long. So it could fit with the one-winged Emperor Penguin. And then... what are our other options? Yaitakai, which is Gunblade. Yaitakai. It's okay. Next up, Otejin Kai, which is Lancer Dragoon. I might level Lancer at some point. Let's have a look. Not leveling with that. Shikikai, it's Pugilist Monk. No, I've got Flaming Fists. Manisada Kai, Samurai, which would be another katana, but I think I've got a flaming katana, or at least I know that there is a flaming katana. Rogue's Arms, bow for bards, gun for machinists, Gunsai Kai. It's a tiny little pistol. Real tiny. Good size dancer. Makibi is thaumaturge. Kinyoshu. Summoner. Yakurenge. Conjurer. Yeah, I think I will give it to my very least, I'll get a better weapon to up my item level on that class. Let's take a look at the comparison. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Doesn't have any flash effects, but it's still cool. And if I retrieve this materia, please. Bridge back to Reaper. Look at that, 298, so close to that 300 that I needed for that last dungeon. Raban! Return of the Bull. Dress up Raban. What? Detachable arm optional. Wow! Little minion. This Kalarana elder's intentions seem at odds with all we know of her tribe. What think you, Genasia?
Mayhap even the enthralled can learn to compromise. We can't just treat them as enemies and all the time. They'll become enemies. Gotta try and treat them with respect and see if they can, you know, learn to be productive members of society and not try to summon primals all the time.
You believe an understanding can be reached? It is not entirely unheard of, I suppose. Those who followed Saint Shiva eventually sought reconciliation with Ishgard. Whatever the truth, I would take no chances. The god must be strengthened, ideally with people who know a thing or two about primals. Can we rely on the science?
Oh, of course.
I'll round up our comrades and send them to the Alamegan quarter. You can go on ahead if you like, Jins. My thanks. I will see you in the palace.
See ya. To the Alamegan quarter.
What?
Nope.
Genasia, I have brought reinforcements.
Odenwald told me of the arrival of our unexpected guests, and I agreed that it would be prudent to call upon Y'shtola and Thancred as well. One can never be too careful when dealing with the enthralled.
I am not familiar with the Kalyana tribe myself, but Aliger's report suggested that they shunned contact with other races, despised it in fact, even compared to other Ananta.
Indeed. This apparent reversal in attitude is most curious. No one expected a response from our invitation, much less an envoy. And I imagine Lys was forced to make some rather hasty arrangements in order to accommodate them.
Speaking of which, how should we deploy ourselves?
If the meeting is to be held in the throne room, 'twould seem wise to have eyes both inside and outside the palace.
Y'shtola and I can stand guard without. That leaves the three of you to keep watch over proceedings in the throne room itself.
Understood. We should join General Aldin inside then.
Genasia, do you know of the rear entrance to the palace? It's on the eastern edge of the city, at the top of the stairs. The guard there should have been instructed to let us pass.
Alright. Right here, I suppose.
You're with the Scions, miss. General Alden left orders that you were to be escorted inside, if you'll follow me.
Sure. Looks like everyone's here, including Mr. Angry Pants. And both tribes of the Ananta.
Thank you all for coming. I am Lys Hext, and I speak for the Resistance. Among you are village elders, refugee leaders, envoys from the Ananta and the Kikern. You've come from every corner of Girabania to help decide the future of Alamigo.
He's adorable.
But before that, I want to ask you a question. What was the first thing you noticed when you came in? For me, it was that empty throne. It has no one to sit on it now. No viceroy, no king. Would any of you like to take their place?
No.
Or should
No.
someone else sit there? Then let's sit here in a circle, as equals, and I hope, as friends.
Yeah.
Also, when you say let's sit here, at least there's no seats. Are we just gonna sit on the floor and... Yeah. Just gonna chill, sitting here in a circle. No seats, no chairs, no table, just
Expertly done.
sitting on the
Lys has
floor.
removed monarchy as a choice early in the game and positioned them to consider a joint government. All things considered, I would say events have got off to a fine start.
Indeed.
And that is Alagana's stance on the matter.
Thank you, Ragenfrid. Another vote in favor. Next, let's hear from Shanti of the Kalyana. Tell us, how do your people feel about the idea of a republic?
Yeah.
The Ananta wish only that those who dwell within Gir Abania devote themselves to our faith.
Shanti.
You shall all worship Sri Lakshmi! Lady of Bliss, grace us once more with your beauteous visage!
Shanti. Shanti. Alright, everybody out.
This can't be happening. No crystals were allowed through the door.
We can worry about the how of it later. We need to evacuate these people right now, or the Primal will make thralls of them all.
It's up to us.
Yeah. Nodders. Let's go. Kill her, Raban. She kind of needs to answer in a trial. Get out of here! What's wrong with you?
Negative,
says I.
Gods damn it! The guards were already turned!
Gosh.
Fools!
No, you don't!
Woo! The Kalyana would see us all enthralled.
Then they're going to be sorely disappointed. We have the Warrior of Light and Arenvald to shield us.
Yeah.
Aye, but
Yeah,
they
you
can't
do.
well defend your guests and attack the Primal, can they? We're stuck on the back foot.
All right, I think I have an idea. Keep these people safe, General. I'll be back as soon as I can.
At least.
Ah, whatever she's about, she'd best make it quick.
Yeah. So are we going to go to combat, or is it all cutscene?
Who will be next to die on my steel?
I'm cool with either, but I've been like ready. Okay.
How do we fight her without leaving our allies wide open? We can't stay on the back foot forever. No. If I think like that, we've already lost. I have the Warrior of Light at my side. We can do this! Isn't that right, Genasi?
Oh, you know it? Use a duty action, deflect, to dissipate the ether spheres Lakshmi releases during battle. Alright, deflect. Be warned that allowing an ally to be enthralled by an ether sphere will result in failure. Understood. Oh. What? Deflect. Deflect. Okay. Good, so I can just keep using it. It's not like something that I have to use and then wait for a cooldown. And so be careful of how I use it. I just gotta use it. Deflect.
Why? I offer you peace and serenity.
No, you don't. You offer enslavement. Uh-oh. Deflect. Deflections. Deflections. Deflection. Uh-oh. No. Good job. I'm involved. Keep at it, Arnvald. We've got this. Yep.
I shall free you from your hate.
Are you? Oh boy. That's a lot. What you got for us, please?
Damn it all! It's only a matter of time before we miss one.
We got this.
What of it? Do you want to kill this thing or not?
There we go.
Defeat Lakshmi.
Stay away from each other. What are you doing? Fadala! Everyone, to me. Huh? What's going on? Oh. Good job. Uh-oh. Well, will you let me target?
Very well. I shall see our guest to safety.
Oh, finally. Everyone together. Time maneuver. Boom. Ready? Boom. Success. Alright, let me move. Deflect. Deflect. Oh. Woo. Yeah, make your steel worth the effort. I'm sure it will be, Raban.
Do not your souls weigh heavy?
Nope. My soul weighs just fine, thank you very much. The shield detection. Bubble. But well. Oof. That sucked. Roll of death. We got this.
Here it comes!
Let me go!
Duty complete.
it! We beat her!
Good. More echo. More echoes of her past. Well, actually, not that past.
What is this?
I'm only going to say this once. The Ananta just summoned their primal in the throne room. My friends are fighting her, but they need help. They need someone with the Echo, and by the gods, I wish I had it, but I don't. I told you before that you still had time, but things have changed. I need your answer now. You can end it like Xenos, or you can fight for Alamigo. Your choice.
Seven hells. It's her, the Butcher.
Oh boy.
It's done. Take me back to my cell.
You are not forgiven. Not you. You I will never forgive. But I will thank you. For standing against a primal and saving us from servitude. You have my thanks.
All right. One cutscene to another. Well fought, Genossia. Arenvald, that was a near thing.
Aye. Our stand against the Karyana would have been brief indeed, had you not volunteered for guard duty. We'd be enthralled as surely as our sentries were. They must have planned this far in advance. Security was my responsibility, and I know how dangerous primals can be. I should have... God, it's my fault. My stupid mistake.
Nay, lass. We were all caught unawares. We will take this as a lesson, and watch our own more carefully in future. You can be sure that the lackeys who smuggled the crystals into the throne room weren't the only thralls in our ranks. The soldier who first spoke up in favor of the Kalyanas keeping their weapons springs to mind.
A primal servant is betrayed by Azora. If you mean to conduct an investigation, I can identify any others acting under Sri Lakshmi's influence. Thanks, Ishtola. We'd appreciate the help.
Speaking of help, I almost fell over when Fortola turned up. What was she even doing here?
I asked her to come.
Well, I already know that. I saw you ask her to come.
Well, that explains it then.
It's sad, but Raugan Frittle's right. Her victims will never forgive her for what she's done. But I don't think Fordola picked up that sword looking for forgiveness. She wanted to fight for her country. If you say the world in which Fordola grew up is partly to blame for what she became, then as an Alamegan, I feel responsible for improving that world. We can't ignore what's happening right now. We have to show people a better way than vengeance, or we risk giving birth to a new generation of skulls. I know it's idealistic, but I want to help people to let go of their old grievances and make peace with each other. And I'll hold 1,000 meetings and talk till I'm blue in the face, if that's what it takes. 'Tis a long and arduous path you have chosen, but one well worth walking. Rest assured that I will do what I can to help you reach your destination. Thank you, Alphino. The first step will be to get our representatives back in the throne room. They're a little shaken, but not one of them seemed ready to run. We're all determined to finish what we started.
I will see that you're not interrupted. Genossia, you and the Scions are to stand down. Get some rest. You've earned it. So we come to the garden, do we?
A fine spot to contemplate the heavens.
Indeed.
The meeting is over. The envoys have chosen to instate a government model on Ishgard's House of Commons, a ruling body of representatives elected by the people.
Yeah. A democratic republic of sorts.
It is a fair decision, and one which signals the end of my part in all this. But I would gaze upon Girabania's stars one last time before I leave.
Hi. Hello there, pupilless monarch.
And why do you not have pupils? How do you see?
Forget something? Your Grace, there was no word.
Raubon Aldin, you are hereby dismissed as General of the Immortal Flames and relieved of your seat on the Syndicate.
But, Your Grace...
Raubon, I am no longer a child. Stay here in your homeland. Work with your brethren. Rebuild Alamigo.
You desire to stand alone. I understand, but remember what happened.
I remember full well the consequences of my naivety, and thus did I consult at length with a most trusted advisor ere I embarked upon this course.
A most trusted advisor? And what of me? Am I no longer deserving of your confidence?
What trust can there be between us when you withhold the truth from me? Did you think me oblivious to the anguish in your eyes when you spoke of returning to Uldar? For years and years, we have trusted one another. Yet now you refuse to confess your heart's desire?
I swore an oath to you that day on the sands. I pledged my sword.
And it has served me well. But in Pippin you have forged a new sword, as sharp and deadly as the blade you bequeathed him. I will show you a Sultana who can wield every weapon at her disposal, including Lolorito and his monetarist cronies. So follow your heart, please. You are home. You are free.
Nanamo.
Smile for me, Raubon. I would have this parting be a joyous one.
The woman with her eyes full of tears.
Thank you, Your Grace. It has been an honor to serve you and Uldar.
Tomorrow you will serve Alamigo and fight for the good of all Eorzea. Am I understood?
Yes, Your Grace.
Man, that was a very touching scene. Hey, Elise. Another cutscene.
Thanks for shielding us from Lakshmi, you two. If you hadn't been there, the rest of us would be worshipping her by now.
It was nothing.
You're kind to include me, Lise, but we both know who did most of the work. I could scarce keep track of the battle, let alone land a telling blow. No shame in admitting it. The Warrior of Light has put far better men than me in the shade.
Smile.
Did I mention that I encountered the Sultana in the palace? It would seem Her Grace has come to Girabania to oversee the final stages of her relocation project.
Yeah,
she was in search of General Oldin, and I directed her to the rooftop garden. I do hope he was still there.
Oh, he was.
Are you in the habit of gossiping about the affairs of royalty, Master Leveilleur?
Certainly not, Your Grace. I was merely informing my companions.
Be at ease, Alphino. 'Twas only a jest. But I must yield the floor to Raubon. He has an important announcement to make.
As of yesternight, I have been relieved of my post in the Immortal Flames and the Syndicate both.
I shall be assuming my father's duties. And may I say that Tizona has never felt heavier upon my back.
Twould seem I am in need of employment. Mayhap one of my old acquaintances can introduce me to a mercenary company or some such.
You may be getting on in years, father, but you'd struggle to find a band of sellswords who wouldn't snap your hand off. Your remaining hand.
Yes, the Bull of Alamigo need not be put out to pasture just yet.
Your Grace has developed a wicked edge to her humor. And you, Pippin, would do well not to laugh when the future may hold the same for you.
So, does this mean you're staying?
Aye. That seems to be the way of it. I would be glad to aid you in rebuilding our nation, if you'll have me.
If, he says. Welcome home, Rauban.
Yeah.
Well, that was unexpected, though you seem distinctly unsurprised. Either you are more astute than I give you credit for, or I'm losing my touch. In any event, one thing is certain. Alamigo will rejoice at the homecoming of her dearest son.
I speak with Lisa again, and actually speak with her, and not just go into another cutscene.
I think it's about time I headed back to Rolga's Reach. What's next for all of you? Alize will be eager to hear of recent events, so I shall join you, if you've no objections. I'd welcome the company. Jinoska, why don't you come along to the Reach as well, once you've said your farewells to Nanamo and the others?
Upon completion of this quest, you will be able to access the palace's rooftop gardens by speaking to the royal menagerie attendant.
Okay. I guess I just go back to Robert's Reach. But now I have access to the rooftop gardens, and I can look out at the stars whenever I want. Isn't that lovely? Face. Another cutscene. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're good cutscenes, but it just feels a little awkward going cutscene, and that ends. And then like take 2 steps to talk to somebody, and then boom, another cutscene. And then that ends, and then take 2 steps to talk to somebody, another cutscene. Just feels, why don't you just connect them together?
Well, here we are again. Alvino has regaled me with a thrilling tale of hidden treasures, of hidden treasure troves, mid-meeting betrayals, unlikely alliances, and joyous homecomings. It would seem I missed everything. I was patrolling the palace grounds with Thancred and Y'shtola when we heard the report of a primal in the throne room. I honestly doubted my own ears. As others have said, we were lucky to have our Echo-Pless champions nearby this time, but we'll need to keep a closer eye on the Kalyana. You can say that again. This whole episode has reminded me just how far apart our kinds still are. It looks like centuries of fear and mistrust really can't be washed away in a day. But someone has to make an effort at reconciliation if these conflicts are ever going to end. Naturally, a lot of people are crying out for vengeance, but I've been doing my best to calm things down. Violent reprisals will only lead to more summonings. Indeed. Violence will ever beget violence, as the Empire has learned to its cost in recent times. In any case, summoning Lakshmi was the Broodmother's doing, and whoever replaces her might not be so keen on the idea. We'll just have to watch and wait. Which isn't to say we won't be putting the safety of our allies in the Vera and M tribes first. I plan to have resistance scouts keep track of the Kalyana's movements at all times. My parents will be relieved to hear that. What are your plans for the rest of the resistance army out of interest? Are we to prepare for Imperial counterattacks? That would be a question for the Resistance's newest recruit, a military commander with far more experience than me. What? The Bull of Alamigo? We call it an army, but the Resistance is really a collection of smaller independent groups, and when Conrad passed his command on to me, that authority only extended to the freedom fighters based in Ralger's Reach. He just happened to be serving as the Resistance spokesman at the time, and needed someone to take over the role while everything was in disarray. But that time has passed. When I speak with the other leaders about reforming the army under the new government, I'll be nominating Raban as the overall commander of our forces. He has more experience than the rest of us put together, and we stand to learn a lot from him. Indeed. He is in all respects the ideal choice. Assuming he accepts the post, Alamigo will have added a formidable weapon to its arsenal. And given the progress of Nanamo's resettlement initiative, I see great cause for hope. The siege which we so carefully sowed have begun to quicken, my friends. I like that. We tend to our promises and watch as Alamigo blooms. Ba, 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 ba. And that is
I do give thanks to the Kami that my makeshift raft withstood the fury of the seas. But their generosity ended. Without coins in our pockets for new attire, we are doomed to look like so much jetsam. Ho ho betide the poor man in a city of rich merchants.
These dango are delicious. Will you have one?
More sweetbreads? I surrendered my blade to secure what few coins we have. Tis like talking to a child. Why fate saddled me with this burden, I shall never know. But I am alive, and I must return to my master's side. Soon. We shall find a ship to carry us across the Ruby Sea.
Yeah, you better follow Gesetsu. He's the only one who's willing to be friendly with you. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace...
You read the reports. First Doma, then Alamiga, and Lord Xenos put to the sword. Do not believe everything you read. I hear the Viceroy was merely wounded, and that he has already returned to the capital. Naturally, the savages beat their chests and boast loudly of taking his head. Regardless. No, Lord Xenos lives? Deplorable that our own officers should be fooled by Eorzean misinformation.
I knew it.
Small wonder the provinces have begun rising up in rebellion. We must prepare an official, and above all, accurate announcement to quell these pernicious rumors. They would wage war with empty words. Let them produce the Viceroy's remains, then. We shall soon put the lie to their claims.
Who are you? Why are you so anky? More heroes achievement unlocked. Alright, it's these. Little Raban minion, orchestrion roll, and the measure of his reach. And that'll be it for today. Ending where we started, right in front of Lys here in Ralger's Reach. But we have completed patch 4.1. Now we move on to 4.2, which has fewer quests. And then 4.3, 4.4, 4.5, and then 4.56, and then we'll be able to move on to Shadowbringers. So, yeah, and it seems like the quest list just kind of like diminishes as we go on, so there'll be fewer and fewer quests. This next one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It has 8 quests for 4.2, 7 for 4.3, 7 for 4.4, 5 for 4.5, and only 2 for 4.56. So, we're getting there. We're able to do a whole 11 quests in one stream, so we should easily be able to get through 4.2 next week. But that's it for today's Final Fantasy XIV stream. I'll be back in a bit for Final Fantasy XVI after I've had a chance to eat some dinner and all that. And then after that, we got Monday's stream for more Quern Undying Thoughts, and then Wednesday's stream for either Quern or Final Fantasy 16. Depends on A, how much of the game seems to be left after Monday's stream, and B, how much fun I'm having with Final Fantasy 16. But regardless, we will be back here. Should be. Let me just double check my calendar. Yeah. we'll be back here once again next week for more Final Fantasy XIV. But I will see you next mission. Bye-bye.